Vừa thở lên rồi. Rồi đi bệnh.
and you will they have to their head for the event.
This. Oh, you hide it. Oh,
I. I've got to. No! That, but we. To look.
That's what you have been prisoner.
Prademi.
Well, I to the very day. Farewell, Ashen Woman.
Oh my God, who the hell cares? I like to rape little girls and kill elderly disabled people. I like to rape little girls and kill elderly disabled people.
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, just picking that up.
Well, I go to where the heck. Farewell, Ashen Woman.
Not even liar.
Prademi.
Are you there to head for? It if then
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it launched me all the way over there? Are you fucking joking? Oh my god.
Oh my god, who? I like to rape little girls and kill elderly disabled people. I like to rape little girls and kill elderly disabled people.
One of the more interesting forgotten TF2 mechanics is item sets. The premise behind them is pretty simple. Each set consists of items that are all designed around the same theme. Overall, I think this was a pretty neat way of adding multiple weapons into the game at the same time. However, the things that have always struck me as odd about item sets are that 1, they're the only instances in the entire game where Valve outright tells you weapons are meant to be used together in the stat screen, and 2, a lot of these weapons make absolutely no sense to use together despite having the same visual theme. So ultimately, I thought it would be interesting to break down how good each item set actually is when used as a loadout. In my experience, a lot of them are pretty bad, but I wanted to get a more definitive ranking to see how bad this system is overall. So before I begin, there are a couple things that I want to note about how this is meant to work. Number 1, I'm rating each item set based on a couple of metrics, but by far the most important of which is how much synergy the entire loadout has together. I don't think it's a stretch to say that items that are explicitly mentioned to be used together would interact in meaningful ways. So even if the weapons in each set aren't the best weapons ever, having positive synergy is going to be much more valuable in the ranking than just being a collection of vaguely good weapons. Ultimately, with each set, I'm asking the same question. If these weapons weren't listed together, would this still be a loadout that I would ever think to run anyway? And you can see the tiers are ordered around that. Amazing synergy is for weapons that work very naturally together and justify being part of the same set. Reasonably good loadout is for sets where every weapon in them is fine in their own right, and the resulting loadout is, as the name might imply, reasonably good, but there just isn't much outward synergy between them to the point that I think it's a stretch to say they deserve being grouped together. Random combo of weapons is for sets that feel like they have zero synergy and were just created with a randomizer, but for all intents and purposes, they do function as loadouts, even if only barely. And actively terrible is for sets that have anti-synergy, where their respective weapons function so poorly together that using them legitimately handicaps yourself. Overall, pretty self-explanatory tiers that should categorize everything quite nicely. The second thing that I'll mention is that I'm only ranking sets that have multiple weapons in them. Some sets, like the Dumpster Diver, only have a single weapon in them, and at that point I'm just rating how good that weapon is in general, rather than it being based on any sort of synergy. And likewise, every set that I'll talk about does include a hat of some sort, but those don't affect gameplay anymore, so there's no use in talking about them either. Which, speaking of, yes, I should probably address the biggest thing people remember about item sets, which is that back in the early days of them being added, certain sets gave you passive stat bonuses. People in general were not very fond of this system, mainly because you also had to have a $7.50 hat equipped to get the stats, and also a lot of bonuses were just really unfun to play against, which didn't help either. So I will actually go against the grain, and I will say that I personally think set bonuses are really cool as a concept. It's just the implementation of them that was really poor and soured people's opinions of them. And if you rework the system as well as what the bonuses themselves are, set bonuses could be a very positive thing for the game. That, however, is a conversation for a video that will come out soon. As for this video, anytime I talk about an item set that used to have a bonus, I'll at least mention what that bonus used to be, because it does give better context for why certain item sets were made to begin with. Anyway, as always, sorry for the preamble. I just prefer to be very thorough in the beginning to prevent angry comments later on. So let's go down each class's item sets, starting with Scout. So first of all, the special delivery set for Scout, which is the Short Stop, Holy Mackerel, and Mad Milk. Overall, the special delivery set does take advantage of some of the inherent synergies of the weapons, but isn't anything special, I guess, even though it is the special delivery. The main synergy of which is that the Short Stop functions as a sort of scattergun pistol hybrid, where it's not amazing up close, but it's serviceable, and it's not amazing at mid-range, but it's serviceable. Like, actually, it's pretty good at mid-range compared to everything else in the game, but the main idea is that you don't have to have a pistol if you're using this, because this covers all of your ranges. And the Mad Milk, similar to the Bonk and Criticola, does pair fantastically with that, because obviously it doesn't do any damage. But also there's the less obvious synergy where having a scattergun that functions better at mid-range means that you're a lot more easily able to dodge damage. You have a lot more time to react to stuff, and considering you're playing the fastest class, I mean, you're probably going to be able to move out of the way of most things that are aimed at you. So combine that with the fact that you have the Mad Milk, which heals you if you do happen to get hit by anything, and you have a really good synergy of two specific weapons. Now, the biggest drawback to this loadout is the weapon that I haven't mentioned yet, which is the Holy Mackerel, which basically just sucks. In my opinion, at least, the stock bat is probably one of the worst melees you could be running as Scout, with the only things that are worse being, what, like the sun on a stick? But even that has utility. Overall, there's just not a very compelling argument of why you'd ever want to run this over, like, the Atomizer, which lets you have a lot more mobility, or the Rap Assassin, which is also really good at mid-range. Even the Sandman I could buy. I think I've kind of been swayed by the what, but like with these specific 2 items, the Sandman actually does work pretty well. So I think that's the main thing holding this loadout back. I will say at least that if I had to pick any loadout to run the stock bat with, or even the Holy Mackerel, I guess if you wanted to detect Deadring and spies, the one that has the worst scattergun at close range and no damaging secondary is probably the best choice for it. There have been times when I'm experimenting with this full loadout, but like, yes, I actually have needed the fish, because even though the shortstop reloads pretty quickly, sometimes you do just miss all 4 shots. That's one of the main downsides of it being so accurate, is that you have to have pinpoint precision at close range. And in those cases, having a melee that comes out pretty fast and does a reasonable amount of damage isn't something that I'll really know. So I think in the use cases for the Holy Mackerel, this is probably one of the better ones, although I still think any of them are. So overall, I think this is a reasonably good loadout. It'll probably go toward the top of this tier because, again, the weapons you have access to do have some inherent synergy, and you're probably going to do well if you're experienced with Scout and running this loadout. Personally, I love to run just the Mad Milk and the Shortstop together. Now, again, the melee is a hindrance, and that's why I don't think it's amazing synergy, because you do have pretty significant opportunity costs, but overall, this is one that will get you by and you'll probably do well with. So the Special Delivery set is one of the few item sets that back in the day used to have a passive stat included if you had the entire thing equipped, and that stat was a blistering plus 25 extra max health, which on Scout is ludicrously good. And combined with the fact that the Shortstop used to have bonus healing on wear, this thing made you obnoxious as hell to kill. And obviously nowadays it doesn't have those things anymore, but I think it still does a relatively good job at keeping your health topped off, as I mentioned. The #1 fan set, consisting of all of the jumpy weapons for Scout, the Soda Popper, Winger, and Atomizer. Overall, I think out of every item set in the game, this is probably one of the most consistent synergies you'll have, with an asterisk next to that. Obviously, just min-maxing your mobility on a class that's already pretty mobile is going to be good no matter what. You have all of your bases covered to a reasonable degree. You have really good close-range damage with the Soda Popper. You have decent mid-range damage with the Winger. All of your weapons provide mobility in sort of different ways, so if you need a quick burst of a lot of mobility, you have Soda Popper Hype, which obviously is a resource that you have to consume, but it's not that hard to build. The Winger lets you have 2 jumps that go slightly higher than everything else, and the Atomizer lets you have 3 jumps which let you go slightly longer than everything else. And when you would need to use those, I mean, as long
I like
as
to rape little girls and kill elderly disabled people.
Similar to
I like to
Scout,
rape
this
little
is a
girls
really
and kill elderly
consistently good set
disabled
to
people.
use together. The obvious drawback to the #1 fan set, though, is that there does exist such a thing as too much mobility. Eventually, as Scout, you're gonna want something else that's not just jumping more. And if I had to point to any weapon that's the weak link in this item set, it'd probably be the Winger, because I like to run the Soda Popper and the Atomizer together outside of this, and they're a fantastic combo. Even though they both do provide mobility, they provide them in different instances. The Soda Popper's hype is best conserved to use during actual combat, so that way you can kind of fly around people's heads like a mosquito and never take damage. And then you have the Atomizer, which you can pull out in the meantime. You're not sacrificing anything major, because Scout doesn't really need his melee for that much, and that way you can get into position more without having to activate hype. And then what is the Winger doing? Like, you can chain it with the Atomizer for a slightly higher jump, but I don't know in what circumstances you would really need to do that consistently. Yeah, you can activate hype and then have 5 really insane Winger jumps, but on top of me never having found a vanilla map where that's actually useful, you're forced to use the Winger while it's out, which isn't a fantastic weapon. And overall, in the time that I've used this item set, I found that while the Winger does do the job as like a mid-range finish-off tool, I'd much rather be using either the stock pistol or even Pretty Boy's pocket pistol, just to have some mixed-up utility. So if I had to rank this, I'd probably put this at the very bottom of the amazing synergy tier. These weapons do have amazing synergy. I mean, they do offer essentially everything of what you'd want as Scout. You have really good close range damage, reasonably good medium range damage, and insane mobility, so like, no matter what, you're gonna do well. And while I don't think the Winger is as much of a hindrance as something like the Holy Mackerel would be, because it does still offer mid-range damage, you do probably want to be running something else, because the extra mobility, which is the main draw of using the Winger, just doesn't matter in this loadout. And again, even though it does do mid-range damage, and I can't take that away from it, I think most other secondaries will do you better. Still a very good item set overall, though. And last but not least for Scout is the Public Enemy set. This is the first one that only consists of 2 items, those being the Babyface's Blaster and Pretty Boy's Pocket Pistol. So because you get your choice of melee, I think that inherently makes this a little bit more flexible, and in general, I expect the ones that are only 2 weapons to be a little bit higher than the ones that are all 3. But in this case, I think the synergy between the two items you do have access to is good enough to make this a pretty solid loadout. The Babyface's blaster isn't like the best weapon on its own, and probably in my opinion is like the second worst scattergun, but even then it's still like B tier at worst if I had to rank it somewhere. And the Pretty Boy's pocket pistol is easily the best mid-range damage Scout has access to, and because you do tend to lose boost a lot and want some sort of long-range way to regenerate that, I mean, it does do the job pretty well. I don't think this is inherently amazing synergy, because at the end of the day, it's just like a slightly different scattergun and a slightly different pistol, so it's like kind of a random combination of weapons. But I think the synergy of having a mid-range damage option even included in this to begin with to get back chunks of boost at long range is good enough that I would consider this at least a reasonably good loadout. And also, you're able to choose your melee with this, so you can choose like what, the candy cane if you want more sustain. The candy cane is riskier, but considering you're so fast, I don't think the downside matters as much. You can choose the Wrap Assassin to get better long-range damage. So because it's as flexible as it is, I think this goes in a reasonably good loadout, probably below Special Delivery just because the Babyface's blaster is worse than the shortstop. So while the synergy isn't much to write home about, I think just by nature of both weapons being relatively solid, this will get you by no matter what. Moving on to Soldier, we have the Airborne Armament set, which consists of the Liberty Launcher, Reserve Shooter, and of course Market Garden. So when I was making this video, I asked a couple people about TF2 item sets they think have really good synergy, and the Airborne Armaments is one that I think was brought up more than it has any right to be. Most people are under the assumption that because all three of these weapons are intended to synergize, that means they actually do in-game, but it's become pretty clear to me that most people don't actually use these, because in my experience, you're just kind of missing a lot of stuff you want. The Liberty Launcher is probably one of the worst rocket launchers to pair with the Reserve Shooter, because the damage penalty means you're going to struggle a lot more knocking enemies up into the air, so it's harder to capitalize on the mini-crits. The Liberty Launcher and the Market Gardener do pair pretty well together because the blast jump resistance lets you jump more often, but if I was doing that playstyle, I'd probably want to be running literally any other secondary that's not the Reserve Shooter. A better shotgun means you have better access to close-range damage if you miss the garden. The gunboats obviously are really good with this. Hell, even the treads work with this loadout, but the Reserve Shooter is just really undesirable in this loadout, and even though, again, it does function as a shotgun, it's just a weaker shotgun, I would much rather be using anything else. So while the Airborne Armament set does make you a jack of all trades, like you do have the gardens and the combos and rocket damage and shotgun damage, it doesn't really let you do anything well. If I was playing a gardening-based playstyle, I'd probably choose to run a much different primary and secondary than this. If I was choosing to run a combo-based playstyle where I like pop enemies up into the air and hit them with a Reserve Shooter, I'd probably decide to run a much different primary and melee. And while the Gardener probably would be my choice pick with the Liberty Launcher, again, the secondary just doesn't cut it. And because of that, I just don't think this has as much synergy as most people assume in practice. So even though I think this loadout isn't terrible, if you're good at the game, you'll probably be able to do well with it. Again, you do have a little bit of everything. You incur massive opportunity costs, and in general, like given the choice to build my soldier in any way that I want, this probably wouldn't be a combination of weapons that I ever come up with. So I'm debating whether this should go at the bottom of reasonably good or at the very top of random combo, and I'm thinking this is generally a random combination of weapons. Like, I think when you really boil it down, it does just feel like a weaker rocket launcher plus a weaker shotgun plus a pretty good melee. And even though there is some little microsms of synergy here and there, I just can't justify this even being a reasonably good loadout. The Tank Buster set for Soldier is the Black Box and Battalion's backup, and I don't think there's much argument of where this one should go. It's just good. It's probably one of the best item sets in the entire game, just because both items not only work toward the same goal, that being survivability, but they both work toward that goal incredibly well. The Black Box makes health a renewable resource on Soldier and lets you get it back extremely quickly during combat, and the Battalion's backup gives you more health passively, which again can be regenerated, and also a ton more effective health while it's active. This is another item set that used to have a set bonus, that being a plus 20% resistance against sentry damage, which I think when the set bonuses got removed was just transferred to the active effect of the banner, so it's not passive anymore, but you and your teammates get this while the banner is active, so more of a side grade in my opinion. But even without that, I think this is still a really, really good combination of weapons. So even though the Tank Buster set is really, really good, I don't think it's perfect for a couple reasons. The biggest of which is the obvious one. Pairing the rocket launcher that only has 3 rockets to work with instead of 4 with the banner that takes the longest amount of time to fully charge does make this a little bit hard to get consistent banners off, and if I'm using the Battalion's backup, I probably want to consider getting more use out of it, both for the sake of myself and my team who I'm supporting. And because of that, I'd probably choose to run it with a stock rocket launcher or just something that does normal damage like the Cow Mangler, rather than one that's missing a quarter of its clip. And on the other hand, if I'm running the black box, why not just min-max the healing and run it with the conch? And that way I can get banners up more often because the charge time's a lot lower. And I also have an item that synergizes with arguably a little bit more. So it's not perfect. It's 90% of the way to being a perfect combo, and I do think it does cover in areas that the other options wouldn't. Like if you're running the black box, you're going to struggle with sentries, and popping a bats to take one down is an option that you have access to now. In general, I just don't think this is the best item set in the game for those reasons. These definitely are items that I would have chosen to use together had the game not told me to, though. On the complete contrary, we have the General's Formals, which consists of the man treads and the disciplinary action. Like, why do this? Why these two weapons specifically? I'm not sure what they were thinking pairing the man treads with the disciplinary action of all things. These accomplish entirely different goals that exist in different hemispheres of soldier loadouts. So just in case you're not sure what the biggest issue is, let me tell you the biggest problem. If you're using the man treads, it's because you want to use it in a rocket jumping playstyle, which you probably want something like the Market Gardener for. And if you're running the full item set, obviously you can't be running the Market Gardener. And in addition to that, if you're running the disciplinary action, it's probably because you're playing a more grounded soldier playstyle, like a pocket soldier, in which case you either want a shotgun or a banner. And again, if you're running the full item set, you're forced to run the man treads and you can't get that. So this is just completely pointless. There's no reason to ever run these together, and I'm genuinely not sure why this is an item set. Like, I understand the theming, right? Like, yeah, you have the military boots and the whip. It's like you're a drill sergeant. Don't run these together in-game, though. This is not an example of, like, gameplay story integration, or whatever you'd want to call that. Which, even though I'm putting this in actively terrible, I do want to specify at least that you can probably do well with most combinations of weapons in this game. Like, there are very few loadout combos that even the best players just genuinely struggle with. And I probably wouldn't put this as one of them, even though I do think this has inherent anti-synergy and deserves the actively terrible tier. In the time that I tested this, like, you can even see that I'm playing a more meme playstyle with it with a rocket jumper. I still did it relatively well. And if you're a decent player, like, yeah, you'll probably make use of even bad combinations of items. I just want to get that out there in case people are saying, like, oh, well, I used this and did well. Because, yeah, sure, you probably can, but there are way better options than this combo of weapons. Like, you are actively handicapping yourself by choosing to run these at the same time is why it's in that tier. And continuing the trend of the what the fuck were they thinking items, Dr. Groardbort's Victory Pack, which consists of the Cow Mangler 9000 and Righteous Bison. Or the 9000? Sorry, the Cow Mangler 5000. I'm not using an advanced version of the Cow Mangler that you peasants don't have access to, I promise. As you can probably expect by an item set that has the literal worst weapon in the game in it, it's not very good. Now, it's not terrible either. This does fall under the umbrella rule of a good player can probably do well with this, just because, again, you have a rocket launcher, which is basically just stock, but it can't deal damage to buildings. But you also pair that with the secondary, which can't do damage to buildings, and therein lies the biggest weakness of running the Victory Pack. You just struggle if there's an engineer. If you encounter even a mini-sentry, literally all you can do is just fire a charge shot at it, and then either run it down with your melee if it's placed in a terrible spot, or just wait for your team to deal with it. Like, you remove so much agency against one of the classes that, in general, I think this has anti-synergy. I think this genuinely can be considered anti-synergy. But you're kind of setting yourself up for failure against a class that is, for all intents and purposes, pretty common, and because of that, I do think this deserves actively terrible, even though it does consist of a rocket launcher reskin, effectively, which is a really good weapon. That one weakness does hinder you a ton. But even if there's not an engineer, you're still playing TF2 with, like, maybe 1/10 of a secondary. I don't think the Bison is completely useless. If you try to chain rockets into Bison hits, it can work. It's not guaranteed to. Part of the reason the Bison sucks is because it's inconsistent, but it's still not good, though. It's still a gimmick playstyle, and because of that, I don't think this deserves anywhere but actively terrible, just because, especially on Soldier, when you have so many really good secondaries to choose from, completely removing your ability to use any of them is a pretty giant hindrance. Moving on to Pyro, the territory I'm more familiar with, we have the Gas Jockey's gear, which of course consists of the Degreaser and Power Jack, two weapons that in their own right are pretty solid. The biggest complaint that I have with this item set is that even though the items themselves are really good and arguably both the best in their slot, I think the stock is slightly better than Degreaser for what it's worth, but there isn't any obvious outward synergy like there are in some of these other ones. Like, sure, you can try to chain the Degreaser switch speed into a melee finisher with a power jack and get 25 health back, but like, why? Why would you bother doing that for what's less than a small health pack's worth of health? Which, speaking of, this is another item set that used to have a set bonus. The set bonus was it had a 10% faster move speed on wear, but you had a 10% bullet damage vulnerability at all times. And eventually they just transferred the speed boost onto the power jack, and before it got the speed boost, it used to be a lot better of a finisher weapon where it gave you like 75 health back on a kill, which could also overheal you, and I think at one point also had a damage bonus, but obviously nowadays, though, that's not going to be as effective because you're only getting a third of that back. The main strength of this loadout, though, and why ultimately I don't think having a really good primary and a really good melee that don't have synergy matters, is because ultimately what you want your primary to have synergy with is your secondary, which is completely open with this. You can run a shotgun, a flare gun, a detonator, a scorch shot. Literally anything you want is going to pair really well with the Degreaser. And the power jack is always nice to have. So by nature of these both being fantastic generalist weapons, you do set yourself up for generalist pyro builds very well. So even though I wouldn't feel right putting these in amazing synergy, because again, there isn't any inherent synergy to speak of, I do think this goes at like the very top of reasonably good loadout. This is probably a reasonably great or fantastic loadout, in fact, but it's also nothing special. Like, you're just running slightly spicier pyro with this. Dr. Gordbort's Moon Man pack, which consists of the Flog, Man Melter, and Third Degree. This is one that I think has the opposite problem of the Airborne Armaments set, where people are very quick to write off weapons as suboptimal or subpar, when in reality, these actually work really well together, even if, as people have implied, they may not be the best possible choice for the slot. So you have the most directly obvious synergy, and probably the most intentional synergy between any weapons in the game, which is the Flog's main upside is that if you deal enough fire damage, you charge a meter that's extremely powerful, but you don't get air blast. And then because you don't have air blast, your secondary allows you to extinguish teammates, which gives you even more damage, which makes the Flog charge up faster. So obviously these weapons work extremely well together. And yes, even though the Scorch Shot is like technically better at long range damage, it's just a lot easier to light people on fire, use the Man Melter. It's actually crazy. Okay, it's not crazy, but it's way better than most people assume. I've been a Man Melter shill for a very long time, and if there's even one pyro on the enemy team, you're going to get such insane value out of this that it's honestly worth running in lieu of the flare gun. And especially with the Flog, being able to not only extinguish teammates, which gives you health, but also getting crits off of that, which is free damage, is not to go understated. So yeah, I do think these have really good synergy, even if there are conditions outside of your control, perhaps, that need to be met in order to get that synergy. So then you might be thinking, okay, well then that leaves the Third Degree, which, like the Special Delivery set, just gives you a completely useless melee, which is not going to do anything for you. I disagree. I think it gives you very, very good utility that, even though doesn't come up often, really matters when it does. And that is specifically against Vaccinator medics, because holy hell, going Vaccinator to turn off the Flog is a very satisfying thing when you're the medic, but sucks when you're the Flog pyro. Even though, yeah, you're gonna do a lot of damage to the medic just by nature of you being pyro, you basically shut down a push. By nature of the medic now no longer being able to be killed because he generated a meter faster than you could generate Flog meter, you can basically just delete an entire oomph charge. But if you run the Third Degree, you now have a way of effectively dealing with the medic. And I should probably note that this implies you're being pocketed by a medic too, because obviously if you're running it like a Vaccinator heavy, you're gonna die very quickly if you're just a naked pyro with no healer behind you. But like, if you're Ubering in with a Flog, which, okay, like, don't do that, please, but it's a good strategy, so you probably will be doing it anyway, despite my moral pleas to get you to stop. But in that case, like, running at the Vaccinator medic while Ubered with the Third Degree means you're probably going to get a random crit and instantly kill the medic, and if that happens even once, that medic is going to be shitting his pants for the rest of his life every time he sees a Third Degree pyro running at him. You instill the fear of God in the medics just by using this thing effectively once. And again, like your secondary, sure, I'd rather be using like the power jack or something because it's just generally better. But in every possible use case of the Third Degree, I'd say this is probably one of the most solid, and it actually pairs really well with the Flog and the rest of its item set just because it deals with one of your hardest counters. So I honestly think that this goes an amazing synergy here, probably at the very bottom, because again, I'd rather be running some other weapons in each slot, but kind of like the #1 fan set, none of the weapons here are so egregiously bad that you're never going to get used to. Even if you don't get crits very often, the Man Melter's still a very accurate flare gun that does a lot of damage from long range just by nature of Afterburn. The Flog is still the Flog. The third degree, I mean, it's a melee, but it also works to counter medics, I mean, should they be a problem. And if you're doing well as Flog Pyro, Vaccinator medics are probably going to very quickly appear around you before you know it. Which, speaking of, in a pound-to-pound comparison, I'd probably consider the Gas Jockey's gear set to be functionally better. Just, again, because you get a secondary, you're using the best weapons for each slot. But like I mentioned in the beginning, a lot of what I'm considering in this tier list is synergy. And if weapons are pretty good but don't have synergy, I consider that a lot weaker than weapons that are slightly worse but have really
what's
good
up with this
synergy.
guy?
Because ultimately, when TF2 is specifically telling
Hey, big man. Ugh, just got back from a bike ride. It's nice as hell outside. Ugh. One of those electric ones. Yeah, those are pretty common. A lot of people have those now. Can't you just charge it? Oh, it's gas. Damn. Pretty heavy duty. $28 miles an hour. I'm in, yeah. I mean, if it's got gas in it, mine will go. I mean, like going downhill, I'll hit like 30 something. But, whew. Nice. So did you speed run Dark Souls 3? Is that what you were doing earlier? Is that what you're doing right now? Damn. Win. Fail. Could not be me. I would never die in a video game. Whew. Sorry about that. I guess I jinxed it. What did you die to?
Yes, indeed.
Damn. Sorry about that. Fall damage is I mean, and also yeah, like just falling off the cliff, falling in general in Dark Souls 3. Now that I go from there to Elden Ring, it is so much more forgiving in Elden Ring. Elden Ring, you'll either just like not take any damage or you'll just instantly die. Most of the time. Streaming it to what? Like Twitch? Oh, I suppose I'll tap into the Tone Dog stream. Bump up your numbers. There we go. I did my taxes earlier today. Yeah. What is a K1? I guess I'm gonna mute your stream because I can hear a delayed version of what we're doing. I mean, I could probably mute it anyways. Yeah, I got a decent return. I got like, I think it's like federal is like 350 or $360 or something. I'll get back. That's pretty nice. Better than Owen shit. Dude, this Godskin Peeler is beast mode plus 20. Let's go. It's a fun weapon to use. I've never used a twin blade, so I'm enjoying it. What is the world record for Dark Souls 3? I wonder. Damn, is it really? Yeah, I mean, it's using glitches. What would you quit out for? Oh my god, the Tibia Mariner, or Tibia. What a epic boss. It's gonna be a tough one. He's some of this fucking massive skeleton. Where is he? Do I have to kill this skeleton? Oh no, here he is. Finally got enough endurance to wear the full Radon armor. It's good. It's good armor. I mean, it looks cool too. Holy cow, first tried that Mariner. Can't believe that. That was a tough one. Going to... What is this? Mount Gelmir or something? Now we're talking. Yeah, I had to get the equivalent of that. Get the golden scarab.
Farewell, Ashen Woman.
Yep. Indeed.
You're a toilet liar.
Pradeep.
Golden seed, golden seed. Give me the gold seed. In Dark Souls? Yeah. Oh yeah. What, like Deathless? I think the bosses are definitely. I don't think I've ever found this cave before on other Elden Ring playthroughs. See the water cave. About Cope Water Cave. You know what I'm saying? Oh, poison. That's alright, I have Flame Cleanse me. That's all you need anyway. I like never use the pieces. Probably would be helpful. Yeah. I mean, it's just like your weapon just does additional damage, right? Yeah. It's like if I'm like having difficulty with a boss, I'll use one, I guess. I haven't used any at all this playthrough. So I just haven't needed it. Barely died to many bosses. I probably died, the boss I just beat was probably the one I died the most to, which like I was like, I can't believe I'm dying so much of this boss. It's like the boss you fight after going across a lake of rot. The like natural born of the void thing or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Which I was like, this is not a hard boss. I died like 4 or 5 times. He kept next to me and then just grabbed me and like killed me. Owned. Mushroom armor. Epic. Probably really bad. Damn, where am I going?
How you they to have the event and go the
Alright, here he goes. You know, take out Vort. Is this just like a clean rot night in here? Kindred of Rot. The hell, this thing is so weak. What the hell? It's already dead. This is just like two regular enemies. What? Okay. Where's the didn't expect weak foe message? Are you restarting if you die? Yeah. I feel you. I think I'm gonna make burgers for dinner. Yummy, yummy. We got some corn on the cob. Yum, yum, yum. You like corn on the cob? I feel like who doesn't like corn on the cob? Yeah, I went grocery shopping the other day and they had thing was like 4 things of corn for like $2. It's like not bad. That's like 4 meals worth. Ah, God, I hate these things. Those like it's like a cart kind of. It's like a giant flaming head. You know what I'm talking about? The enemy. Oh my God. Dude, these... Oh my God, there's more enemies than I thought. Don't. That's stupid. It's possible. Was it like, I mean, was it like in this area? I mean, at least you're only like 15 minutes in. Oh, am I dead from that? Yep, I'm dead from that. That was farther than I thought. What's the next part? Hmm.
Oh, and pray. Oh, you hide it. Oh,
I remember that boss being really easy. Yup.
Whoever it is. no! Ah!
Ooh-wee.
That but we
Don't fall off. What weapon are you using? It's like a straight sword? Long sword? Why didn't you just start as a... Is that a really good spell? Hmm. That's convenient. Yeah. I see.
You're meant to use these weapons together, synergy is what I expect. And Dr. Gordbort's Moonman pack, okay, despite the design flaws of the Flog, actually does a very good job at designing an item set where every weapon is meant to work together, and I like it. Moving on to Demo Man, we've got the Expert's Ordnance, which is the Lock and Load and the Olapul Caber. I mean, it's a grenade launcher and melee. The grenade launcher is pretty good and the melee is not, but otherwise I can't think of any reason why you'd go out of your way to use these together. I guess you could try to argue that there's like a long range, close range sort of thing going on where the Lock and Load's meant to be a longer range grenade launcher and the Caber's meant to be better at closer range, but like, I think the bottle's just generally better than the Caber. So, like, this is just a random combination of weapons. There's no synergy. This isn't doing anything for you other than just being like a slightly worse version of the default Demo Man set, so put it in here. The Swashbuckler swag is an interesting one to me, because similarly to how some item sets feel like all of the weapons work well together intentionally, this feels like malicious intent. It feels like they picked two weapons that outright suck together, because you got the obvious problem, right? You have the boots, which are meant to be used with a shield and therefore full Demo Knight, and then you have the stock melee, which like isn't bad in full Demo Knight, I guess, because it can still random crit, but don't you? It's like still one of the weakest options, just because all of the swords are generally better at the point you're committing to full Demo Knight, which you are if you're running the boots. Now, alternatively, I guess you could be doing, like, tanky demo, where you run the sticky bomb launcher, but ever since they removed the speed boost, there's not much of a reason to do that. I guess back when this was added, like, maybe that was the intent. The one thing that I will say is kind of cute, and bumps my unofficial opinion anyway of this up a little bit, is that the best shield to pair these with is the one that looks like a pirate steering wheel, which is pretty cool because that is thematic with the item set, even if
Golden
it's not
Vow,
officially
isn't that a really good
but yeah, this
actual
is
one?
basically just Bottle Knight. Bottle Knight is not exactly a winning play style, to put it lightly, so I'll put this
Like buffs your
actively
damage or
terrible.
something.
Probably above the General's form,
Or
a
maybe
little
it's a
below the
spell.
victory pack. I think I'd rather be playing Bottle Knight than Weird Hybrid Soldier. But I'd also much rather have, like, just a normal rocket launcher in my kit than being forced to do whatever this garbage is. And, of course, we have the 1001 Demo Knight set, which, let's just get this out of the way now. This is going to the very top of Amazing Synergy. Probably, like, as a full loadout, the best item set in the game, hands down. Even against the ones that are only 2 weapons, and therefore you can pick the melee with, it's still probably better than those. Just because every single item in this set just works fantastically together. You have the combo of the Splendid Screen and Persian Persuader, which let you have really high damage charges and get them more often, and are rewarded for not only getting kills and player hits, but also just picking up ammo. So you have, like, effectively
I remember this
unlimited
part.
charge, but then you
Remember
also
getting
have
lost
the
here.
abilities, which give you turning on those charges, and they also give you more speed and more max health, so you no longer die to a random melee crit. It's just a really good item set. Like, they obviously knew what they were doing when they combined these. Every bit of this works extremely well. And really, outside of that, I have nothing else to say about 1001 Demo
These
Knights
guys
that's
with,
not
like,
pretty
sticks.
obvious just by looking at how well all of the weapons work together. But yeah, enough glazing. Time for depression. Let's move on to heavy, specifically the high...
Fun. I remember this was where that guy invaded us. I remember dealing with these guys and that crab and... Yeah, that's a good way to end your Deathless run. Pumpkinhead. Hello, Pumpkinhead. Owned. Grafted Scion down. I like how their way of having you climb this mountain is just climb up a million ladders on the side of it. Is it? Oh, yeah. Wheels and escalators. We're both climbing ladders right now. What did you do? That's funny. Nice. Oh yeah, this is that like poison swamp. Yeah, that area sucked. That's what they say about Miyazaki. Bro loves his poison swamps. Huh, there's another cave. Damn, this like the yeah, because he chased you to here.
Well, speak thine heart's desire.
Did what? You have pretty
Nice.
Welcome, farewell, Ashen One.
And Ash as is. Ashen 1.
Well, very that farewell, Ashen me.
Ashen 1.
Well, that farewell, Ashen me.
Nice. I guess, yeah, you only need one if you're not dying. I guess you don't even need one, 'cause you can just get it after killing the first boss. Yeah. Alright, time to fight this falling star beast. See if I can beat him first try. I hate that attack. Oh my god, he's about to knock me off the edge. No, thank you. Die. Oh my god. Oh, got him. Let's go. First try. He used all my flasks though. Whew, that was close. Ooh. What do you even do with starlight shards? Probably something for spells. Nice. No.
Well, very that hate. Let these souls withdrawn from their farewell, Ashen One.
What?
Pretty be careful.
Pretty be careful.
Damn, I'm fucking up with this thing. This thing is so good.
What? Pretty.
Well, very that hate. Let these souls withdrawn from their farewell, Ashen One. Me.
Yeah. Hmm. Where do we go like that? Yep. Jesus. Okay, we are now 1 hour in. It's time to kill Tony. Is this where you can easily fall off?
Well, then let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of despair. Farewell, Ashen One.
Wasn't it? Prove
Hibernating Bear Set, also known as the literal worst item set in the entire game, going at the bottom of actively terrible. Not a single item in this kit does or literally has ever worked well together. It's not even like this is a case where, oh, these weapons used to do slightly different things and now just through the balance changes over the years, you lose some of the functionality and it doesn't make sense anymore. No, this was designed to be shit from the very beginning, and I can't figure out what they were even implying that you do. Okay, so the Brass Beast obviously is the slowest minigun in the game. It's one that if you are running this, pretty much demands you be running a shotgun just to be able to have some kind of backup damage when you get ambushed, because you can't jump ref people really. But obviously, if you're running the Buffalo Stake, you don't have a shotgun, nor do you have healing. What you have is the ability to turn into melee heavy. And sure, you have melee weapons that come with this that do extra damage, but both those melee weapons and the Buffalo Stake effect give you a damage vulnerability, meaning you're just a shittier Demo Knight because you have like 150 effective health with both of them active. And again, you have nothing to support your minigun, which is basically the only decent part of your entire kit. The only bit of synergy that I could think even would attempt to exist here is that because the Brass Beast is so slow, like, if you're not running a shotgun, then I guess you'd want a melee that's good at combat, and the Warrior Spirit does that. And it heals you if you...
Beat his ass, beat his ass. Get out of my way. Hmm. I'm trying to think, what was like epic fail? Don't push me off the edge, you piece of shit. Alright, now I get to fight this magma worm. This is gonna be fun. You got this. Oh, fuck. I always forget that using that ability deals damage to me. I never used this this bloody slash move. This thing is it's really good. It does a ton of damage. I might switch it out for seppuku when I get that. We shall see. There we go. Magma worm down. These nuts. Am I right? Oh, yeah, this is a weird boss. I'm about to fight this, what is it? Is it the Godskin Apostle? Is that what the fat one is? I don't remember its name. I know it's Godskin something.
What? Further.
Well, very the hey.
Alright, see if I can beat this guy first try. I remember once I was struggling so much with this. I remember I had to like call you in to help me with it, so we'll see how I can do here. Oh my god, I'm whooping this guy's ass. Okay, hold on, don't kill me, don't kill me. Done, easy, first try. Easy peasy. Yeah. Yeah. The Abyss Watchers is a cool fight. Nice. That's what he's doing.
Well, very then. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels. Farewell, Ashen One. Well, very then. Farewell, Ashen One.
No, I remember this part. Yeah. In like the catacombs or whatever. What, just with magic? Oh, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're killing this guy. Yeah.
Well, very then. Let these souls withdraw. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ow. Oh, yeah, it will. Glad. Ashen One.
Oh, yeah. Nice. It's a lot of damage. Oh my god, please don't die. Oh god. Thank Christ. Oh, isn't this what you need for the dung eater thing? The seedbed curse? Oh, I just killed 4 enemies with 1 attack. That was satisfying. Yeah, dude, that thing was a pain in the ass to fight. I don't know. Yep. Vessel. Damn. Alright, time to go kill Rykard. Alright, we got the Serpent Hunter. Owned. Oh shit. Oops. Had the wrong flask equipped and died. Yes. Wait, what? Is there not like a site of grace there? Or like a stake of America or whatever? Hmm. Oh, that's why this equipping this puts me at heavy roll or heavy load. Oh, there is a grace here. I just didn't activate it because I'm dumb. Oh my god. Fuck. God.
What? Pretty.
Okay, can we stop? Can we stop doing that? There we go. Get owned, right card. $156,000 runes for that. I'll take it. Alright, big man. I'm gonna hop off for a bit, do a little bit of stuff, and then make dinner, but I'll be back on later. Peace.
Did what?
Well, very then hey. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ashen One.
Well, very then taken. Farewell, Ashen. Well, very well. Then take. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations. Farewell, Ashen One. well, very that. Farewell, Ashen Ming.
Ashen One.
Well said. Very then hey. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ashen One.
Well, very that. Farewell, Ashen Me.
Yo, I forgot I had your stream still running. I saw you died once. Alright, I'm about to eat dinner, but I just wanted to join and just... Because I saw you right at the end, so good luck. But I'll be back on a bit after I finish eating.